I'm going to give it a screenshot. Why don't Oh, it's right there.
That would help. Oh, I just again. Good morning, everyone. Really excited for you guys to be here at our regional pitch competition. My name is Don Butcherick, the co-founder and CEO of STARTedUP Foundation. Before we jump in, I want to tell you a little bit about who we are and why we do what we do. STARTedUP Foundation, our mission and vision is teach students to view life through a lens of innovation and entrepreneurship while building a life of purpose. And our vision is to build up a generation where the opportunities are everywhere mindset, fueling innovation and hope for our communities, country, and the world. Basically put, entrepreneurs solve problems. They see problems as opportunities, which is really a part of our core values. There it is on the opportunities everywhere. When you listen to people complain, there are solutions right there. And then secondly, even not everyone has to be an entrepreneur, but to be able to think like one, we think is a superpower. Also, entrepreneurs do not wait for perfection, they move now. Maybe one of my favorites is, in a world of social media, addiction, and negativity, every person can create value by being a producer instead of a consumer. I know my own children, and being a teacher for 20 plus years, there's just a different mindset when you can acknowledge something that needs to be fixed and then have the leadership to say, I want to tackle it, I'm going to do something about it. So that is just fundamental of what we do. And it's great that we have this program to, if you identify something throughout the school year, you come up with an idea, maybe form a team. So I think that's what separates this, is that this is an exposition of students that have seen a problem and thought, I have an opportunity here in front of me. Speaking of the timeline of the students that have been wrestling with things and prototyping things and figuring things out, for most of these students, it started off with the first week or so of school. From August until February, the students literally acknowledged some things, saw some gaps in the market, and they went through our curriculum and decided to do something. On February 21st, there was a call to action. That is when the Innovate pitch submission deadline was in. And then really, if you guys are understanding this top 10 team, this is the effects of several hundred student applicants to where today is the regional final, and this is the top 10 from this region. So 6 Innovate WithIN regional competitions take place, hosted by the university and corporate partners across Indiana. After today, the state finalists will participate in a boot camp in May, and then our state competition is on June 20th. And that is where 300 plus students, government officials, entrepreneurs, and additional players will convene. The winners of today and additional 4 at-large wildcard teams will participate in both our Washington, D.C. immersion trip. This is something else. This trip is having our students get in front of some amazing people and partners. So that's in a nutshell the timeline of what these students have been working on. Okay. Oh boy. Thank you to our host, Luddy School of Informatics, Computing Engineering, the IU Indianapolis, at IU Indianapolis, IU Innovates, as well as our statewide and regional partners, the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, the Garrett Family Foundation, the Battery Innovation Center, 16 Tech, Army National Guard, Central Midwest Carpenters, MISO Energy, EdChoice, VEX, Caps for Kids, Indie Women in Tech, Circular Venture Lab, Hancock Health, TechPoint, TCC, Elevance Health, and the Indiana Small Business Development Center. And I also have to say a special thank you to them. The SBDC local counselors have worked with all these students, or I guess one part of the process. If you make it to regional, you are encouraged to work with your Small Business Development Center. And really, what I love about all these sponsors is this takes a lot of mentors, it takes a lot of support. At the heart of what we do is we have these connector teachers that have been so great, and when students are working on something, they have all these sponsors and all these great people to connect with. So a huge round of applause for our sponsors. All right, before we begin, I want to show a video about our friends here at Luddy School and IU Innovates. Please welcome Julie Heath, Executive Director of IU Innovates.
Well, you raised your hand if you are pitching today. Congratulations. I'd like you to turn around and Izzy, would you wave? One of our judges there. Izzy, you were on this stage 36 months ago? 3 years. He was on this stage. He was sitting where you are, and now he's on his next startup, collaborating with our medical school faculty member, Dr. Oberlin, and a Luddy alum. This is an incredible journey you're on, and I want you to know that as part of this participation, the entrepreneurial mindset, the entrepreneurial skill set, that you are charting your own course, not just today, but for your entire life. That idea of seeing problems as opportunities and then taking the steps to solve them, iterate, receive feedback, you're going to use this forever. So I welcome you to Indiana University. Is there anyone here who's either on your way to IU or considering it? Yeah? Welcome. Talk to Izzy, talk to Anna originally, talk to Travis. We have a whole bunch of people here who care about your journey as an entrepreneur, and I'm just really grateful that you're here today. Good luck.
Before I go on, actually, I've got to say this about Julie. We have been blessed. First of all, the adults in this room have been so helpful, and just working with Julie, students, listen to this, she is a deep dive into all things. Her network is unparalleled. And I think that what we've really enjoyed about this is that the people in this room are here to support you, not as a cute way, but in a real way. Because a lot of you guys are in high demand, and it has been networks like Julie that really allow you to push forward. So thank you again, Julie. All right, at this time, I'd like to introduce you to our judges. We'll start from the far left and then work our way to the right, or my left, your right. Izzy, go ahead and kick it off.
Random. I went through this program my junior and senior year just a couple of years ago. I'm now a student down at IU Bloomington studying psychology, and I have a spin out of the IU School of Medicine. We're using virtual reality to treat addictions.
Hi everyone, my name is Travis Brown. I'm one of the deans in the Luddy School. I oversee innovation, entrepreneurship, and commercialization. We run an innovation center in Bloomington, and we're focused on product development there and technological innovation. But for all of you, if you have any interest in IU or what programs we have to offer, you're welcome to reach out to me. Best of luck today.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna Doris. I'm an IU Indy graduate in December 2022 with my degree in finance. I took my startup full-time called Everywhere shortly after, which is using AI to make thrifting easier. I fundraised about $225,000 for it from institutional angel investors. I'm also now back at IU Indy as part of IU Innovate as the entrepreneurship program manager to build out more entrepreneurship programs to help students have a similar path to me, so I'm very excited to be here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Joel Luddy. I'm the Executive Director for Health, focusing on external innovation and the future of healthcare. By way of background, I feel like I have to say this, I'm a biomedical engineer from Purdue, so don't know where that's from. But great things happen. But by way of my innovation journey, have worked at medical device for about 10 years, focused on orthopedics, myriad of opportunities around engineering, development teams, and then got us into the startup space in Kansas City back in 2015. We had a computer vision startup called Dari Motion that quantified human movement like a vital sign, and we had the blessing to be able to grow that company, get FDA clearance for it, sell it to a venture group, and then work in venture capital capacity. Traveled enough that I needed, when my twins were on the way and my third one showed up in 2020, I needed to find my way back home, which is here in Indiana. So it is such a pleasure to be with you, to see the homegrown talent that we have and the incredible things happening here. So congratulations to everybody for being here from a pitch standpoint. I'm so excited to see what you are doing today.
Good morning. I'm Anne-Marie Murphy, and I am the Director of BioTrain and Program Management for Heartland BioWorks Tech Hub. For those of you who aren't familiar with this, as we're starting to build this is a federal tech hub looking at accelerating innovation and smooth commercialization in the biomedical manufacturing space, as well as growing a workforce for the future in biomedical and technical spaces. Serial entrepreneur, advanced practice nurse, had a tech startup with an exit back in 2019. And I'm so excited to hear what everybody has today.
There we go. All right, competition format here. The teams will have up to 6 minutes to present. Teams will then receive a 1 minute warning from Kevin. Judges will have up to 4 minutes of Q&A, and then afterwards take up to maybe 30 minutes at the final presentation. Lunch is provided for students, competitors, teachers, and judges, and there are a number of restaurants on the first floor for your convenience. Alrighty, the moment you guys have all been waiting for. Please welcome to the stage, Team 1 Complies.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Raina Maiga. I'm a rising freshman at Cornell University, and I'm also the co-founder and CEO of Compliance.ai.
My name is Truman Graves. I'm a rising freshman at Purdue Engineering. I'm also the co-founder and CTO of Compliance.ai. So Raina and I met a couple of years back working with legislators at the Indiana State House on environmental regulation. And we noticed something very important. Compliance demands are escalating in complexity. Yet 74% of organizations state that compliance is a burden for them. And this is a real dollar sign cost. Federal regulations cost manufacturing firms $350 billion per year. The manufacturing industry faces nearly 300,000 federal restrictions currently. That's at least one manufacturing-related regulatory change every week since 1981. Manufacturers really feel this. They end up paying an average of $16,100 more per employee because of this. So the problem is, compliance is complex and it's always changing. Therefore, companies can't handle it and they end up making mistakes. These mistakes lead to breaking regulations and burdensome financial fines. Companies need a better way to deal with compliance in the future. That's why we're ending the #1 problem in compliance management: paperwork and time wasted. We're Compliance.ai, an AI-powered compliance automation platform, software as a service made for small to medium manufacturers. Our platform is based on analysis, automation, and alerts. Analysis. We track real-time regulatory changes so that we're ready to help your business. Automation. We use a mixture of experts architecture, similar to what the modern DeepSeek AI model uses, to match operations of your company with applicable regulations. Alerts. Our system proactively alerts you about upcoming regulatory changes, deadlines, and meetings to keep your business ready. Our pricing model operates on a business-to-business model with a small business plan at $250 per month and a medium business plan at $450 per month. But we're very excited about this product, so we're offering $500 per year off for our first 15 customers as an incentive. Now, we understand that we have a lot of competition in this field, so we've made sure to look at that. Environmental consultants, for example, cost far too much, especially for small to medium businesses, and are hard to set up and get onboarded. And leading softwares in the industry also cost either far too much or have incredibly unclear pricing for businesses. Comprise.ai, on the other hand, stands out by having affordable and clear pricing, consulting integration, and a small and medium business focus. Now, we understand that we're in a large market of 33 billion roughly, and that's 244,000 manufacturers. Now, with just a 0.5% penetration rate, we would end up garnering $3.68 million in annual recurring revenue, and that's why we need funding to do that.
So you may be asking yourself, do we have any traction? And the answer is yes. Over the past couple of weeks, Truman and I have interviewed over 20 compliance professionals, and every single one of them told us that this will save the industry. We are also operating as an LLC, so we're ready to onboard our first few customers. As well as we formed amazing partnerships with Microsoft and Just Great Cybersecurity, so we can protect user data and stand out from other AI companies. As well as we have access to some of the best and new models from the leading AI company out there. Comprise.ai isn't just an idea, it's live. Over the past couple of weeks, we've been deep in code and we created the first version of our product. And it's launched right now on YouTube where we have a demo video to show potential investors and also potential customers. And we built an advisory team. Combined, they've raised over $100 million in growth funding and oversee over $5 billion in revenue every single year. They're ready to help us through every single step of the way to launch Comprise and onboard our first few customers. And the most exciting of it all, Truman and I are very dedicated to Comprise. So we applied to the Mill Accelerator, and luckily we were accepted. So this summer, we'll pack our bags and move to Bloomington and work full-time on Comprise.ai to build the next company out there changing compliance management in the world. We'll receive about $12,000 in stipend funding to fund our living expenses and also our startup, as well as programming sessions tailored to our business, and ending in a demo day, where we'll present Comprise.ai in front of investors and experts. Now, we've invested our own money into this company because we believe in it so much. But we're here pitching for $2,000 in funding so we can implement a $1,000 budget for compliance data. Now, compliance is very complicated, and AI companies stand out by being very technical. And the only way we can do that is having the best compliance data so our model can best help our customers. We're also seeking about $500 to fund the API usage we currently have, and it's also to upgrade our LLM model so we can be one of the leading AI companies out there. And lastly, we're seeking about $500 for legal admin and sales tools. User policy is one of the most important things when running an AI company, and we know that. That's why we want to implement one of the best user policies out there to onboard our first few customers, as well as implement sales tools to onboard our first few customers. Thank you so much for watching. We have a QR code with any necessary materials that you may need to learn more about Comprise.ai. We're very lucky to build a company that's changing compliance out there in the world. Thank you.
I can kick us off. You guys said you did 20 customer interviews. Tell me the questions that you asked them, how you conducted those.
Yeah, that's a great question. We really came into these interviews not as salespeople, but as really curious people who wanted to understand the situations they were going through. So we asked them their background. We also asked them about their current system for managing compliance. And every single one of them, and we didn't expect this, they told us that they currently use manual processes like spreadsheets and manually researching regulations. And we also asked them about what softwares they've learned about. A lot of them have talked about like automation softwares. And we also asked them why they didn't choose to buy any of the products, so we can learn what we can do as a company to kind of lead them to actually say yes to buying the product and not just looking at us like any other automation software out there.
Can you tell us the story of a piece of feedback you received and how that helped iterate on the product?
Yeah, so when we started, we were really wanting to do like an all-overreaching compliance management software for everyone. And then when we were talking to this compliance professionals, we realized like this is really complex. We can't create like a compliance management for every single type of compliance out there. So we settled on environmental compliance from the feedback that we got, specifically for an environmental consultant at Caramita. And we specifically talked about what like industries he's specifically in. He talked about manufacturing, and it's one of the most impacted by compliance. As we stated, the compliance manufacturing industry faces about 300,000 regulations. So we set it on that because of the market opportunity and because, again, our background in environmental policy will kind of give us an edge.
Great job, guys.
All right, quick question for you. Two-part here. Number one, walk me through what's proprietary in your model or the way you see that relating towards intellectual property. Then number two, how are the data feeds that you're aggregating from a regulatory standpoint? Where are they? Have you thought about what are the risks of those data sources? Do you change your access to it? So what's proprietary, and then how are you approaching the data integration?
So I'd like to touch on the proprietary part first. Currently, we're using Microsoft for Founders Hub, which has existing LLMs, and with that, we don't have like guaranteed that Microsoft won't be using it. Part of the reason we're seeking investment is so that we can branch out. Eventually, we'd like to start our own LLM entirely, because also these large language models have a lot of problems with hallucinations. If we ask a question about environmental compliance, it's going to be accessing all of its data on, say, Mario Kart, World War I. We don't need any of that. We just need environmental compliance. So eventually we want to be building something that's just tailored to that. And as for the data, we're going to be going into existing legislation and corresponding regulations. We actually have, if I could go back, on our advisory board, David Hatchett, we've been speaking to about exactly what we need to get on there. He's pointed to us some very specific regulations on the federal level and state and municipal levels that we're going to be integrating into this event training. Does that answer your question?
No, that's fantastic. Great work, guys.
So, following up a little bit on what Izzy was asking, so to what extent have you explored the value out of AI here, and what is the framing of that AI? Have you proven out the efficacy of the solution with respect to the introduction of AI? What's the value of that?
Yeah, so specifically what AI is being used for nowadays, a lot of the development on it is for AI agents, things like that, for automation. So that's the reason we're turning to that, is because we've seen previous software solutions have worked somewhat for large manufacturers, but they're too costly, or they're not like automated in the way that they'd like to see it. There's still a lot of manual processes, especially for small to medium businesses. And what AI has been doing best nowadays is automation. So that's what we're turning to.
There we go. All right, hello everyone. My name is Hunter Stone. I'm the co-founder and president of STARTedUP Foundation. And one of my favorite things every year that we get to do this is to see the ecosystem show up in this room. There's tons of you that have been mentors or supporters or local businesses that are interested, and overall just people that take student ideas seriously. We learned a few years ago that not only is this completely crucial to the development of incredible young innovators and new ideas in the future economy that we're building, but it's also super important to our teachers. The only reason that we have incredible student talent coming out of this room is because we have incredible teachers that are there to mentor, to support, and to ultimately expose these students to all sorts of new opportunities. So hey, if you're a STARTedUP teacher or you've done STARTedUP work in your classroom, can you please go ahead and stand real quick? I just want folks to see some of the great teachers we have in this room. Let's get a huge round of applause. So these folks joined, not only have these people been working hard to use STARTedUP content in their classrooms, but oftentimes these are folks in our STARTedUP Fellowship program. Well, I've got good news. This year we are expanding our fellowship into the STARTedUP Innovation Accelerator. So what does this mean? This is a professional development program that's built for high school teachers who want to bring creativity, entrepreneurship, and real-world problem solving into the classroom. So through this experience, what our educators get is a nationwide network of like-minded forward thinkers. They get a flexible, classroom-ready innovation curriculum, and they get access to leadership, travel opportunities, and ultimately new ways to open doors for their students. These are teachers that see, just like Don shared earlier, they see problems in the world not just as problems, but as opportunities to create value, and they want to get ahead and learn, hey, here's what the industry needs, here's what the future looks like, and here's how I can do that in my classroom, no matter what I teach. So here's the best part. This year, 2025, it is completely free to teachers and now completely free to schools because a lot of the incredible partners, many of which we also have in this room. So we are right now recruiting 150 educators across the state of Indiana. So if you're a teacher in this room that's not yet part of our Started Up Innovation Accelerator, or maybe you're a parent that says, man, I'd love for this to be in my classroom. Or if you know of an incredible teacher that would fit really well in this, I highly encourage you, please scan this QR code. Either sign up yourself, recommend a teacher, but please get involved. We're trying to grow this into an incredible network where we're not only creating pockets of innovation around the state of Indiana, but we're starting to shift that culture. All right. So now, at this time, I'd love to invite another one of our incredible partners up to this stage. This is Whitney Robbins from MISO Energy to share a few words about how they've been supporting teachers in our program.
All right, thank you everyone so much for having me. Again, my name is Whitney Robbins, and I work for an organization called Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, also known as MISO. Now, before I tell you a little bit about what MISO actually does, I'd like to start with a small interactive element here. So if I could get you guys to give me a show of hands for a handful of questions. How many of you guys plugged in your cell phone to charge last night and used it as an alarm clock this morning? Pretty much the entire room, awesome. How many of you used a coffee maker, a toaster, a microwave, some other small appliance this morning to get yourself some breakfast? Okay, probably about half. How many of you turned on a TV, listened to some music, logged on to your laptop once you got started for the day? All right, still quite a few of us. Last question. How many of you woke up this morning and pondered to yourself, I wonder who's responsible for ensuring the generation and transmission of the exact right amount of electricity to power all of these devices, and how does that process work? Just me? Appreciate the honesty there. So if you haven't guessed from my line of questioning, MISO is a grid operator. We are actually headquartered right here in Carmel, Indiana, and we are responsible for the generation, ensuring the generation, transmission, and delivery of reliable, cost-effective electricity 24/7, 365. So we employ some incredibly intelligent individuals that come to work every single day, and their job is to question, how do we do this process? Why do we do this process? And more importantly, can we do it better? And that reason, that curiosity, is why all of you are here today at the Innovate WithIN Region 3 Finals. You woke up and thought to yourself one day, how do we do a certain process? Why do we do a certain process? And I bet we can do it better. What we do here at MISO is extremely critical. We've got 45 million people that depend on us every single day. We need that curiosity. You are exactly the person that we need for our future, and I don't mean just at MISO. The world needs more people like you with curiosity, motivation, and most importantly, bravery to stand up and challenge the status quo. We need you to share your ideas, no matter if you are the youngest person in the room, the newest person in the room, and especially if you don't see yourself represented in the room. We need to hear your voice. So today is really the start of something incredible for each of you. I encourage you to continue embracing that curiosity and to never be afraid to share your creative ideas. The sky is truly the limit for each of you, and I know you all have bright futures ahead of you. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to be here today to see your amazing pitches. I hope someday in the near future our paths will cross again. Who knows, maybe it will be at MISO. And I'd like to thank you all for being here. Congratulations on showing up today, and I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
I almost messed up my job here. I'd like to invite to the stage our next team, Stadium Clipmate from Westfield High School.
Good morning, y'all. We're Stadium Clipmate. Just some key things to know. We have 2 slides. We have a brown background, and then we have a white background. The white background is the most important information. I'm Adrian Feltrinelli.
I'm Noah Bonner at Westfield High School.
And I'm Braxton Terry.
So, our problem is the food and money that is wasted at different sporting events. So every year, 42 tons of food is wasted at sporting events, and we're just trying to cut down on that problem with an easy way for things like this not to happen. So around 8 to 10 hours is wasted every event with the custodians just cleaning up this mess, and we just wanted a way for that to be cut out entirely.
So like you said with our solution, it's to prevent spills and make it an easy way and an efficient way for stadiums to not spend the money to actually, redo their stadiums, get cup holders, and it's efficient. How it works is, like you see on that bottom right photo, it clamps down onto any stand, any bleacher, any event you're at, and it has a compartment to hold your food and drinks.
All right, so our competition, we actually don't have a lot of competition because it is a pretty innovative idea to where we are pretty much the first ones to do it. But the closest things we can find are these car type of trays that mostly go in your cup holder, some of them attached to your vent, and that's good, but that's not what we're going for, obviously. We wanted to clip to stadium bleachers and for you to have a way to eat your food, enjoy your drinks without it getting knocked over in a stadium.
So what's our unique value about this? Not only do we want to sell to the individual consumer, we want to be able to market this to actual school districts and athletic programs. So instead of getting that 1 to 2 sales for an individual consumer, we can sell 500 to 1,000 for an actual athletic district. And another thing about this is not only are we solving the problem of having spills at stadiums, we're solving the root problem of spending so much money on custodial things and having people actually clean up and just solving the waste that's caused by concessions being knocked over.
All right, so our kind of goals, our short-term goals, we want to finish our final design, which includes making it more compactable and easier to transport. And then we want a real working prototype because ours is kind of flimsy and not the best. And then we want to work on our packaging. And then our long-term goals, we want to launch the product and make some sales and gain some revenue.
Just a couple things about the cost. We've talked to a couple manufacturers. To get the injection mold itself would be $2,000, and then to get our first couple rounds of actual products going would be another $2,000. But with all the additional costs combined and all that, it would be $8,100 to start up.
So right now for our revenue, it is around $6 to make the product itself once we get all the designing and plastic injections. So right now we want to sell the product at $26.99, so that gives us a net product of $15 per product. And eventually when we get the product and we have everything made, we want to, like you said, sell to schools, and we want to sell around 500 to 1,000 in bulk. So we got those numbers or in the prices that we have for the manufacturing from a viable manufacturer that we plan to reach out to create the product in the future. So sales, we live in Westfield, Indiana, and Westfield has a great sports area that's called Grant Park, and we plan to sell to them and sell in them, so it'd be buyer to buyer or to consumer. So we also, in our school, we have this thing called the Rock Shop that at our Westfield High School football games and other games sell thousands of dollars worth of products, and we also plan to sell there and other teams and other school districts.
Just a quick thing about the target market, it's just male, female, middle class, and just people with parents and sports lovers.
So traction, here we have a survey of how likely are you to buy our product, and then we've had a couple of people who are guaranteed to buy our product once we have it. So far we just have we just have a prototype that we made in our school's idea farm that was 3D printed. We have it back there that we can show you later if you guys need. And yeah, we have a rock shop that we plan to sell at that is big for us.
So like we said, our market strategy is going to be selling at the high school games or at Grant Park near our home. And another way we're going to promote is our local sporting events, like our basketball games and stuff like that. And then that's pretty much it for market strategy.
So just a big thing with our investability, like I said, we're in a market where you have your seats that people bring in, but there's not a lot of things that can actually hold your concessions or actually prevent those spills. That you have those collegiate and those NFL events that have the actual cup holders built into them. And another thing about our investability, like we've said, is that not only can we sell to that individual consumer, we can sell those abundances of 500 to 1,000 products to many schools, and then actually get that that connected with the community and having that face-to-face value with consumers and actual school districts. With the innovation, we have cup holders and we have seats at those big collegiate events, but for schools that just can't afford to spend all that money on custodial things, or have it where they can tear up their whole bleachers and then place in actually new drink holders, we have it where we can sell it to them and give them an efficient way to give their fans what they want at an efficient cost, and then being able to be selling it to individual parents and actual athletic consumers. And then
I'm happy to get this started. Great pitch, guys. My first question is, I guess, kind of just on customer discovery, specifically on the school side. Have you spoken to schools, and as well, what is your sales pitch to them? I'm curious because $26.99, 1,000 of them, that's almost $27,000, and have you been able to convince them that you'd be saving them that much or more with this?
Yeah, so we have spoken to a couple of schools. We obviously spoke to Westfield, gotten those things, and we have spoken to other schools like Brownsburg. And obviously we would not sell them at $26.99, at least for schools, because if you're going to buy it in abundance, you would obviously want it cheaper, kind of how Costco works, I suppose. But you would want to sell it in the way that we would be giving them an efficient way, not only to get those 1,000 products, but make it where it's efficient to them to the point if it was $20,000 or $27,000, they would just want to build a new stadium. We just want to give them a way where it'd actually be efficient for them to buy it. So we'd probably be selling it $10 to even $15 per product, or just $10,000 in all, or $7,000.
Great, thank you.
So again, props for actually prototyping your product. That's great. My question to you is, do you imagine that this will be a permanent fixture that once it's put on the bleachers that you show it there that it would be permanent?
So we've had two ways of that. With the individual consumer, we want it where it can be clampable to any bleacher, so whether you're at a home or away game, you can take it to them. But let's say if you're a school that wants to buy 500 to 1,000 to permanently put in your stadium, we could make it where there's a way where it could be permanent, where it could be sturdy enough where it would be on there for a while, and then when they needed to clean it up in the off season, then you could take it off.
Have you asked any questions regarding the feedback from respect to how this might affect crowd flow? Because to some extent, you're not just having to have your shoulder, but you're actually creating seating on the bleachers.
Oh yeah, so we have given a lot of feedback on how it worked in the aisles and all that. What we've done is that we've had a lot of people say that they want to play in the middle of their lap or to their side, and just how much, if you're, side to side with someone, especially at those larger games, how it work. What we're trying to do is we're trying to work it where it would be higher than a leg, so then two people can be really close and only take up, 3 to 4 inches between you, which I don't think you'd want to get that close to somebody.
So I have a quick question about, have you explored the intellectual property as a portion of this, since there's other similar products on the market that are not exactly the same?
Yeah, so we have actually ventured out into that. We've talked to, Westwood has their own pattern, and when we were actually at the Indiana house and we were at the chamber, I actually did talk to another patenter there, and we're looking to, within the next few weeks, to actually get a patent on it. And we already had an intellectual property, but we're definitely looking to that next step to actually getting a patent.
I see the jerseys. I see that you guys play sports. Why do you care? Why are you passionate?
So I've been playing football my whole life. My main goal actually in high school is to get an offer for football to go into that, that D1 realm. And just from me playing in my own games to watching my brother play, not only has it been a fun experience to actually watch, but when you're a little kid and all you have is 10, 15 bucks and gets knocked over, you hate that, and your parents hate it too, because then they have to listen to you complain about it. So just having that $26.99, having where it prevents that type of spill, or having that stadium that shows they actually care for their audiences and want them to have a fun way and like a good experience. I think that's just what it kind of drives this product, and especially with me having watched sports my whole life and them too. I think that's just what makes this product the thing it is.
Great job, guys.
All right, what I'd love to do now is I want to thank our 2025 Innovate WithIN State Finals hosts, Butler University's Lacey School of Business, where again, at least one team that you're seeing today will go on to compete for $25,000 and a variety of other scholarships, resources, and opportunities. So real quick, a message from our friends at Butler. Butler University is the proud host of Innovate WithIN State Finals, and it offers a unique blend of opportunity and community. At the Lacey School of Business, student entrepreneurs thrive through personalized mentorship and real-world business experiences. They're a proud partner of StartedUP because they share our commitment to fostering an entrepreneurial ecosystem where students can develop their ventures while still pursuing their education. So come see Butler's commitment to innovation firsthand by joining us for the state finals on their campus, where you'll see how they are collaboratively supporting Indiana's next generation of entrepreneurs. And again, I really hope you do. That's going to be June 20th here. And man, if you're liking what you're seeing today, it gets pretty extreme. We're excited for it. All right, so now I'd love to welcome our next team from Speedway High School. This is EK Designs.
We are EK Designs, saving the world one bottle at a time. I'm Idalia. And I'm Evelyn. Each year, the Indianapolis 500 takes place in our small town of Speedway, where hundreds of thousands of people flock to our town and bring with them all of their trash. And we've noticed especially that glass bottles are left, leaving them for us to clean up, which we attempt to do with other members of our community. But however, again, the glass proves to be very difficult to clean up safely and properly, as it shatters and
covers our streets and parks.
These acts of community service have brought us to other groups like Gleaners, where we've become face-to-face with the problem that a mass amount of our community suffers in what we call food deserts, which means that they have low access to fresh food.
As you can see from our market research, only a small portion of people recycle as much as they should, and one of the leading causes of food insecurity in our community is the cost of food.
This is a problem because glass takes a long time to decompose, and with only 1/3 of glass being recycled, it leads to glass being overproduced. And that overproduction of glass leads to pollution, which inhibits our ability to grow our own food, which again leads to the food deserts in our community where people don't have access to food.
This is where we came up with our solution, hydroponic vertical farm systems. These systems are made out of glass bottles that we reuse from places around our community, which keep the glass out of the environment and keep our environment clean. They improve health by providing people with a source of fresh, healthy food year-round. They better the life of the plant by allowing more sunlight to reach the roots of the plant, and they encourage healthy eating.
To showcase our healthy eating, we have created a small sampler salad, the base of which cabbage were grown with our hydroponics.
Our systems are made out of macrame rope, which can hold up to 25 pounds. They have both warm and cool fairy lights, which help the roots develop, and they help the plants flower so they can produce more food. And they're hydroponic, so no soil is needed. You just place the plants into the bottle with the roots exposed and pour in the nutrient and hydrogen peroxide solutions that we provide.
We also have a 3-month subscription, which ensures customer loyalty and the most effectiveness of our product. Tier 1 includes nutrients needed to keep the plant alive, as well as batteries that will keep the lights working. Tier 2 includes all the same as Tier 1, but with the addition of recipe cards that showcase how you can use our product to make a difference in your eating. And Tier 3, which includes all the same as Tier 1 and Tier 2, but with the addition of cosmetic add-ons and bubblers, which help oxygenate the plants and also allow a very unique appearance.
Our competitors include Click and Grow, Zip Grow, and Heartland Greenhouse and Supply. These hydroponic systems are very expensive, on average costing over $2,000, as they're meant for big businesses to produce large quantities of food at once, and they're not made out of environmentally friendly materials, while ours are, as they're reusing recycled glass bottles to keep them out of our landfills and our environment. And ours are meant for individual use, so they're smaller and take up less space, and they also cost a lot less, only costing $45. It costs us about $28 to make one system, and we're selling them for $45, giving us a profit of around $16 per system. And for our monthly subscriptions, it costs us $5 for Tier 1, $7 for Tier 2, and $15 for Tier 3. And we're selling them for $10 a month for Tier 1, $15 for Tier 2, and $30 for Tier 3.
Our traction is that we've made over $2,000 in proceeds from our other projects. Our main one being our wind chimes, which we use with the other half of the recycled bottle, keeping up with our recycling. We have made over $300 with our craft fairs, and have made over $30 from selling other models or other systems. Our traction is that we have a partnership with Tinker Street, a nationally recognized corporation. We've also contacted local restaurants around our community to collect glass from them to ensure that that glass is not in our environment. We also have an article about us called EK to Science, Meet the Maker. We've also been presenting at youth caucuses and state fair presentations. We were also reached out by Genesis Gazette, an Indian podcast and magazine company, where they interviewed us and featured us on their podcast and magazine, where we were also able to mention you guys and talk about how much you've helped us.
With the money that we would win today, we would use 50% to create a website so that we can increase our online presence and provide people with an easier way to reach our products and to contact us for any resources they might need when using our systems. We'd use another portion to purchase more hydroponic supplies so we can continue making our systems and continue helping people. And we'd use another portion to advertise on social media so that we can again increase our online presence.
Thank you for your time. If you have any other questions, you can contact us through this QR code. We currently have 5 systems available, so if you'd like to purchase one for yourself, go ahead and scan our code and get yours now.
All right, keep this off here. First question. How do you plan on scaling production, or are you doing right now to help take that to the next level?
We've been trying to get more of our peers involved with the production so that we can get them done. We've also been working on pre-making them so we can sell them by order. So we are working on making the macrame as well as getting the bottles already done so we can start that in advance, so when we do get more orders, we can just go ahead and ship them out.
Right now it's just kind of we make them as they're sold because it takes so long for us to make them right now.
We're hoping to change that, so we'll have them more available.
And then corollary to that, have you explored any grant opportunities or partnerships for the food as medicine or food programming components of this that could be addressed in the food justice initiative?
Yes, we have reached out to other businesses to get them to start not only just selling our products, but also using the products to grow their own food.
We're also in the talks with a partnership with Connor Prairie to help. They want to work with us with their new recycling and innovation center that they're building in the next couple of years, and they want us to be a part of that.
And they want us to show how the food is actually helping.
So, great catch, kind of the output of your product, that was very compelling. So, as someone who's purchased kits in the past that are supposed to be fail-safe and easy to use and had terrible results, how, what fail-safes are in place, how easy is this to use, and can someone without getting it done actually produce what is in my bowl here?
Yes, if you look, we have little pamphlets that show them how to use it, and it breaks down all the different components and the best ways to keep it alive and make sure it produces food. And we also have, because with our QR code, we are available on social media and anywhere else through our email or phone numbers to be able to help people be able to grow their food.
They're very hands-off. When we first started making these, we left it in a dark closet during winter break because we forgot about it with a plant in it. And the plant grew, and it flowered and developed while it was in there.
Thank you.
In terms of output, what kind of plants are you seeing? I guess I'm slightly concerned on the food desert angle to know if it's someone that's living in the city. They might work multiple jobs, they probably have kids, making sure how many of them do they need, what kind of foods are they able to produce to make sure that they're achieving that value.
Our recipe cards actually do address that because it shows, like, on the recipe card, let me grab it. Oh, thank you. It shows what ingredients you can use that you'll have to buy yourselves, as well as what ingredients you can grow on here. And it also showcases how to use it to make nutrition food, and it discusses all of that. And then we grew the cabbage ourselves, and
All right, so at this time I'd love to invite another one of our incredible partners from the region. This is Brian McGrath from EdChoice to share a few words.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thanks for letting me come and spend a few minutes with you. The core of the mission of EdChoice is really to use educational freedom to create an innovative and dynamic system of learning that serves all of our kids. We do this in a variety of ways. We engage with public policy leaders both here in Indiana and across the nation. We do a ton of research on existing and new models of learning and education. And then we do a lot of outreach to new partners like the STARTedUP Foundation and Innovate, and hopefully all of you. We think this new system of learning that we are aspirational about starts with giving kids and their families the choice about how they want to learn and how they want to change their educational journeys. There's a lot of great things that happen in the existing traditional school model. There are a lot of great things that are happening outside that model as well. We think kids ought to be able to decide what they want to accomplish and chase it down in their own way, not just chase down a test score. We also think that system needs to include supporting and encouraging and empowering educators of all stripes, of all sorts, to do what they can do, be creative, and engage kids, or it's going to make them lose for them. You can't have one without the other. And then we also believe that there are plenty of ways that new models of learning that can be deployed, that are being deployed all over the country right now, that we may not even thought of yet. So in addition to traditional public, private, charter, and other kinds of schooling, there are micro schools, there are hybrid schools, there are in-school learning, out-of-school learning, work-based learning, play-based learning, nature learning, STEM learning, you name it, it's out there. I have 2 high school age kids. It's fun to talk to them and their friends about their future because they want to create their future. They don't talk about going to work for Google, they talk about creating Google. They might have a side high school job or a traditional car wash gig, but they have a detailing business on the side. They're taking pictures from the yearbook, but they're also creating media from it and documenting what happens in their lives. That's all happening already in the human first world. Lincoln said the best way to create the future is to create it. This generation of kids is doing just that, so I appreciate all you stepping up and being able to do it. We're here to partner with anybody who wants to partner with us. I'm kind of achieve this vision. We hope that we can be around, and this is a little bit new for us in the entrepreneurial space, so we're trying to learn. So check us out if you want to learn more about what we're up to. And I appreciate Tom and the team inviting me to come by for a few minutes, and I look forward to watching the rest of the show. Thank you all.
All right, now from Westfield High School, I'd love to introduce our next team, Pretty Pinchers.
Hello, my name is Libby Weir, and I'm the CEO of Pretty Pinchers. My name is Bea McClure, and I'm the CMO of Pretty Pinchers. So Pretty Pinchers solves a lot of problems for a lot of different people. Whether you are recovering from a hand injury, you have Parkinson's disease, or you're like me and my partner and just like to go get your nails done. As I said, I use our product because I like to go get my nails done. Now with getting my nails done, there's a lot of pros and there's a lot of cons. Some of the pros being I get to walk around feeling confident because my nails are cute, and some of the cons being that I can't complete simple tasks like a normal person. For example, when I go to open a soda can and I'm in my kitchen, my mom looks at me like I'm absolutely crazy because I'm using the back of a spoon or I'm asking to use her car keys. But Pretty Pinchers solves that. As you can see here, Pretty Pinchers is a small product that goes onto your keychain. You slide our product onto the tab of your soda can, you apply a little bit of pressure and it pops right open. But it gets better, because not only does our product open your soda can, but it also protects your soda can from unwanted substances and bugs. Say you're outside grilling or you're laying by the pool reading your favorite book, you start to get hot and you hear those bugs in the side of your ear. You don't want to have to worry about those flying into your drink. And you don't have to anymore because Pretty Pinchers has you covered. As we said, how it works is you simply slide the open part onto the tab of a can, apply a little bit of pressure, the can will open, and we rotate it all the way around to cover the hole. So obviously we know our Pretty Pinchers are pretty, but where does the pincher part come from? It comes from the metal card grabber at the top. How it works is you simply grab cards with the clip and you can remove them in and out of card machines without having to touch the disgusting card readers or having to explain to the person behind you why it's taking you so long to remove the cards. It can be really difficult for those with hand conditions or long nails to do such a simple task such as removing a card. Now let's get into the fun stuff, the revenue model. So we do have a manufacturer located in Noblesville, and they manufacture the main body part of our Pretty Pincher. However, Bea and I do all the painting, add all the hardware, and do any customizations. It costs us $4 to produce one Pretty Pincher. We sell each Pretty Pincher for $8 to $10 on our Etsy. We also did pre-sales and made 25 pre-sales prior to opening our Etsy account. We profit $4+ per product sold. So what makes our product better than all of our competition?
As you can see from the photos on our slide, our competition doesn't offer all 3 products on one product and putting it on a keychain. We also customize our product and allow our customers to choose whether they would like gems or a color. We want to expand to doing logos and things along those lines. As mentioned before, we have had 25 pre-sales and we've gained a lot of traction as we've opened our Etsy out of state. And we continue to give out surveys, and we assume that we'll continue to have progress and traction as we do more marketing.
Going along with more traction, we have gained a lot of traction in networking throughout other pitch competitions prior to this one. We came in first place in the 2024 WithIN Innovation Pitch Competition last year, as well as were finalists in the 2024 Chamber of Commerce Pitch Competition. As for investability, if we do win the money today, we plan to spend our money primarily on advertisements such as TikTok and Instagram on social media accounts, as well as our own website, and steer clear of Etsy as they do take 6.5% of our sales. We also plan on purchasing more materials to keep up with demand, as well as expand to future products. And we also do plan on changing manufacturers, as it does take a long time for us to assemble each pretty picture. And we also do plan on expanding to company logos, sports teams, sorority logos, things like that, so we can better customize our pretty pinchers and sell them in bulk to companies.
Now, not only because of pretty pinchers are tasks that I find hard more simple again, but I'm also protected.
I also just wanted to take a moment to look into the rising epidemic of drink spiking. According to alcohol.com or .org, 50% of males and females that were surveyed have encountered drink spiking at least once in their life. 50% is a huge number, and that's way too much. We at Pretty Pinchers believe that we can help make a change, help protect drinks, as well as make people's lives easier. Thank you so much for listening and for your time, and feel free to scan our Etsy QR code to check out our Etsy shop. Thank you.
Excellent pitch, and I totally understand what you're talking about. As someone who frequents the mall, I totally get the problem. What is your biggest challenge with production right now and being able to get to market so you're not just in the pre-sale phase?
Yeah, so our biggest challenge is just how much time it takes to actually make them. So like I said, the manufacturer has the actual body for us. We do have to paint them. If we bedazzle them, it does take a lot of time. Plus just adding the hardware, like the metal clip, we have to manually glue that in and then also add the keychain. The glue takes a long time to dry, the paint, everything like that, top coats. It just takes a long time to produce, which is why we're hoping to change manufacturers in the future.
Have you had any conversations to explore white label? And you know what I mean, white label? How does that factor in your strategy as you start to think about scaling that?
Yeah, so we actually have had conversations about that, and that is what we are trying to get to in the future, because we do think it would be very beneficial to sell at a much larger scale, especially to like companies and stuff, so they can hand them out in like goodie bags for like golf outings or something like that, or like entire sororities. We have also talked to our manufacturer about that, and they do give us a discounted price the more quantity we purchase, so it will definitely be a much discounted price if they buy in bulk. Right now, again, we're really hoping to change manufacturers so that we don't have to manually assemble like hundreds of them at a time. But yeah, we do aim to go to white.
So, have you explored how to protect the intellectual property so that this isn't the next victim of
Yes. We have talked to a patent attorney, and we are interested in getting a patent. Obviously, they are very expensive, so that would be a cost for us. Additionally, what he said was essentially it protects some aspects, but it's really hard to protect the entire product as a whole. And if somebody wants to copy your product, they're going to just tweak one little thing and copy it either way. So we're still in between if we really do think it's worth it to get a patent or protect us in that name. We are planning on getting a trademark, though, to at least protect our name. But yeah, that is still in discussion.
not, but also it's on the opposite side. That part really just hangs off the edge of the can. It doesn't really touch the can. It doesn't touch the tab of the can or anything like that. So, but we haven't gotten any negative feedback from it.
Thank you very much. So as we're here celebrating the incredible journey of our Innovate WithIN participants, I also want to take a moment to continue to shed a light on the champions behind the scenes. You may or may not know, but we have a lot of different universities and other organizations that are offering scholarships, resources, and other types of incentives to students that are just participating today. So like I shared earlier, we had close to 2,500 students across the state apply to be a part of Innovate WithIN. And just by applying, they've got access to different types of scholarships or other resources and some of these great partners. So I just want to thank real quick Purdue University Northwest, Purdue University Fort Wayne, Indiana Tech, DePaul University, Grace College, Old National Bank, and Maker 13. You know, like we said earlier, there's going to be one winner today, but regardless of that, every one of these students has seen problems in the world as opportunities, has been challenged to think bigger, and is doing real things to build our future. So even though it may not be this entrepreneurial idea that goes on and becomes the one that becomes the next big thing, we know it's these people. And what I love about this group right here on the screen is, like us, they care about investing in the people in this room and not just the ideas. So again, big round of applause for this group of partners. They're really excellent. All right, and now from Heron High School, I'd love to introduce our next team, Arca Futura.
Hello, everyone. So, about a year ago, I started looking into programs that would teach me about architecture, and I found a really great one over the summer. However, once I got there, I realized that I knew nothing about architecture, and that I still don't know anything about it yet. So, I went into my school, and I also wasn't able to find any programs that would teach me about architecture. So I did some research and conducted a survey and found out that over 75% of students who want to study architecture don't even know what it is. And what's even worse, over 1 out of 2 students at Heron alone don't have a mentor that can teach them about these things. So on the wider state scale level, I was also only able to find one high school that had an architecture program for students. And this meant that I was dealing with a problem that could expand in terms of architecture education. So I came up with the idea of architecture. And this might sound like any other architecture program, but architecture is a program that's based on mentorship opportunities for students to learn about architecture, and also is distributed among different platforms like websites and app products for students to get the mentorship required for them to succeed in their careers over the long term. This means that our students will be able to gain college credits from the program. They would also be able to get personalized mentorship and feedback on their portfolio creations, and also be able to do both online and in-person classes to learn about the courses. Now, what does this mean in terms of our value? Well, most other programs on architecture around the state don't really have free architecture opportunities for students that span over the course of a long year. So one of the three main things that we focus on are college credit courses, networking with professionals, and also weekly online and in-person sessions. This means that our sponsors would be colleges and universities and also architecture firms that will partner up together to co-create a 4-year design program that's meant for students to gain college credit courses that can be transferred into their first year of their intended major. In terms of mentors, we could focus on having volunteers, mentors, and leaders. We've, with leaders, created a specific program for colleges and universities. And in terms of our key metrics, this would mean that colleges and universities, on average, would have about 5 to 3 different memberships for the reach out on these students. So colleges and universities, along with mentors, would focus on having a 3-to-1 student-to-mentor ratio, meaning that while students get personalized mentorship from professionals, colleges and universities can choose which classes they want to sponsor so that they can get the first impression on students about their programs, and at the same time guarantee that they have more student enrollments on architecture programs. So we have about 3 different packets that we focus on. We have colleges and universities, which we call sponsors. We have also high schools that will provide a program for students, which are our institutions. And we also have architecture and design firms, which will provide mentors for students to learn about architecture. Ultimately, our plan is to start out with Indiana, reaching out to schools also across the U.S., and especially schools that have accredited architecture programs. Some of the schools that we would start out with would be Ball State University, the University of Notre Dame, and also IU. And some high schools that we have potentially reached out to are Heron High School, Purdue Polytechnic High School North, and Heron Riverside. And how do we plan to share our program? Well, we start out with different methods of communicating our different courses and workshops through social media, meaning that we will make sure that colleges and universities have parts of our programs to sponsor, while at the same time they share these resources for free while students are learning about architecture. So some of our unfair advantages are that our program is tailored specifically for students to learn through their 4 years of high school. And like other programs out there, this program is completely free for students. So this means that we have in-person learning, online learning. We also have a certification fee and personal mentorship for students. Now, in terms of revenue, we would focus on pricing our structure into 2 parts. We would have colleges and universities paying for specific courses and also for advertisements for the programs. This means that in terms of costs, our fees would mostly go to the website and to mentors. So, when it comes to our revenue, we would get up to $100,000 per year per school. So, going back to our main proposal, we encourage you, investors, to not only help colleges and universities secure their future in education, but also to help students advance in their careers and ultimately have the right and valuable choice to enjoy in their futures. Thank you.
So, to kick things off, your 2-sided marketplaces, right? You've got a chicken or the egg problem, which is the partners that provide the content are hoping for the eyeballs to view it, and the eyeballs to view it are only for the partners to provide content. How are you going to solve that conundrum? And are you focusing on getting more of the students to the platform first, or finding the right partners to see the platform content that brings the students?
That's a really great question. So we are planning to start off by reaching out to colleges and universities that are looking forward to sponsor those courses, and for us to make sure that students are actually looking into applying to our program, we will partner up with mentorships and colleges for them to create a compound 4-year program. So this means that in order for them to give college credit to students, they would need to, first of all, accredit the program as a university, but at the same time, since the programs are also accredited by the National Architecture Accrediting Board, our program would be following 2 different accreditation requirements. So students are able to make sure that their credits can be transferred to any university, depending on the courses that they choose. So yes, we start out by reaching out to partners and to students.
Nobody kill me because we're in a university, but universities are notoriously bureaucratic and slow and challenging. High schools are probably the same story. How could you circumvent that challenge by going directly to employers and fulfilling their needs? How would they be a potential payer for this?
So do you mean in terms of paying for the different packets that we have? Or in terms of paying for the students themselves?
Really wherever you see it going, but how could you avoid the bureaucratic universities, high schools, and states and go directly to the employers to fulfill their needs?
So along with reaching out to school partnerships, we would at first identify the specific mentors or professionals that would be willing to create the program for a specific salary. So we were starting out with $200 per hour for our student mentor leaders. So this means that our leaders would be able to first create the program, and after the program is created, then those colleges and universities would be able to choose which ones they want to sponsor and whether or not they would be able to accredit them and also qualify them for them to sponsor the courses. So at first we depend on the mentors to create the program, and based on following the requirements of the NAAB Accreditation Board, then we would reach out to those colleges and universities for that complete 4-year program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you been able to do customer discovery with architecture firms to understand the number of mentors that might be interested?
No, I haven't gotten to that part yet.
Have you explored any of the corollaries between this and the matriculation requirements of the profession, for instance? To piggyback off this point, that might be a pathway that an employer would be interested in. Has that been on the radar? And so, really, if not, how could you see your program evolving to accommodate something like that?
That's a good question. So in terms of high schools and the Indiana high school curriculum, I have been having some discussions with my teachers in terms of how that would apply to certain high schools. But so far, we have only gotten to the part of figuring out how we're going to reach out to our sponsors and mentors. So in terms of high schools, we at first, after creating the 4-year program and getting it accredited by colleges and universities, then we would offer it to high schools and see how they want to tailor it for specific students and for their specific cases. But so far, we haven't really thought about how that would translate in terms of credits for high schools, just for colleges at this point. Thank you.
All right, can I get one more big round of applause for the first 5 teams that have competed today? At this time, we're going to go ahead and take a brief intermission. We will return here at 10:40. We will return at 10:40 for the second half of the show. Thank you.
We should be good.
I can go test.
Go say test.
Okay.
Go say test.
I'm not seeing. Yeah, I'm seeing it come through.
Oh, wait. No.
Testing. There we go. Now it's on, Robert. I got the feed coming through. So testing. Are you seeing it now? Testing. Excuse me. Testing. All right, you're using that one? All right. Robert, do you hear anything in there as we're testing? Hello. All right, everybody. Hey, we're going to go ahead and get kicked off here in just a moment. So if you folks find your seats, we'll go ahead and get started here in just 1 minute. All right, so before we kick off the next part of our program, I want to talk a little bit about what comes after today. So as you've heard us say a few times, of course the winner here will be going to our state finals, but what about the rest of the teams that might not move on? As Don always shares, if you've made it this far, you are already standing out in an incredible amount of talent, and you guys are winners because you're seeing problems as opportunities, you're excited about solving problems, and you've got what it takes to be a real enterprising contributor in the world. So that's something that we love to support. All the students here, if you are competing here today, you are eligible to join the STARTedUP Alumni Association. And you can join the Alumni Association just by registering after today's pitch competition. So what do alumni have access to? It's continued leadership experiences. It's a peer group of students that are navigating similar paths. You get continued resources and mentorship to keep building this venture, keep building the next venture, or finding what your next step might be. It's a huge pipeline that we compile of different internships and career opportunities. And now what's fun this year is you got a chance to continue pitching whatever you're working on at the 2025 Indiana State Fair. I love this because, again, you're finding like-minded peers. If you guys are excited about doing this at this age, now you've got a group of other people that have been in your shoes maybe just a few short years ago or currently, and you guys are able to collaborate and work together on continuing to solve problems and find a killer network. So I've actually got a few STARTedUP alumni here that have participated in years past, and they want to share a few words about why you should stay engaged in the Alumni Association.
It's a very dangerous thing to give me a microphone. The Creative Curious Things is a collaborative. I pitched in Innovate WithIN for 3 years, and none of those 3 years I made it past this. Neither are nine of your teams. You're not going to make it. But the Alumni Association is a great opportunity afterwards to continue thinking about these ideas. The first semester of college went by like a breeze. I had no time to invest in the Creative Curious Things. But because of those every other month meetings, I was able to maintain excitement towards innovation and entrepreneurship. And this past semester, I was able to find some time to continue that idea. And so can you.
Okay, my name's Mariah. I have done Innovate WithIN for 2 years, and this is my first year being an alumni. I would say the stuff I really love about the Alumni Association is, I think the funniest part would be our group chat. It's really fun. You can message, like kind of just have someone there always, kind of like 911 in a way. You just have people there right on need. We talk about a lot of things and help each other through stuff with our businesses. The Alumni Association has definitely helped me stay up with my business. And it's just a great group of people. We're all together. Getting in calls with Kevin, too, is pretty funny. I don't know where he went.
Kevin with the bedtime.
Kevin with a bedtime. So it's been, I just say, I definitely would take the opportunity. I wouldn't miss out on joining. It's a great opportunity.
Yes. Do it.
Thank you. All right, and now I'd love to introduce another one of our incredible partners from TechPoint. Here is Roger Schumann.
Thank you. So one of the things they asked us to do is to post on social media, so I'm going to take a quick selfie. If I know how to operate my camera, because I'm old, but, oh, there's a big bright light there. Oh, well, say cheese. Thanks. So I'm Roger Schumann with TechPoint, and I've been with TechPoint for about 8 years. I can give you just a brief overview of some of the things that we do. In general, we focus on talent and community and innovation. So on the talent side, some of you may have had some exposure with like our extern program that we do once you kind of get into college, usually for rising sophomores and juniors. We've been doing that for over 12 years now. It's essentially a college to career internship program for students who are looking to work in the state of Indiana. And what I love about that program is that when students start out that program, they join, they let us know how likely they are to live and work in Indiana when they graduate, and it's usually pretty low. And then when they go through the program and they see the companies that are there and the opportunities they have, that number goes up exponentially. So incredibly proud of that program. On the community side, things like events, we have a number of different groups that meet. If you've heard of the Mirror Awards, it's sort of like the Oscars of Tech for the state of Indiana. That's something that we do. I know there's a few people here who were in the Mirror Awards this year. That's the community side. But then the innovation side, and that's where I live, and that's what I like to do the most. We have a number of different programs that we do. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but one of them is venture support. And venture support is a free 30-minute conversation that founders have with me and maybe someone else from our team. We can also draw on some other experts that we have within our organization. And essentially, we want to hear your pitch, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. We want to ask a few questions, kind of kick the tires, and then figure out what maybe next steps could be. And the idea there is kind of similar to what you're doing here, but maybe without standing on a stage and presenting to a bunch of people. It's a little more laid back, but we're going to ask some of the same questions that the judges are asking today. And by the way, the judges are asking really good questions, and that's what you want. You want people to poke holes in what you're trying to build. I want to encourage you all who are going through this process to continue doing it. As I've heard a few people say, this may be your company. Might not, but it might. You might strike it rich on this particular idea, but continue going through the process, because I think it's absolutely going to make you a better entrepreneur if you want to start your own thing, and it'll absolutely make you better in whatever line of business that you go in. So continue at it. If you ever run across me, or if you want to know more about me, or you want to meet with me, please feel free. I'm on LinkedIn. That's probably where I'll post that picture. But I can absolutely meet with you if you're a founder of a company, like I mentioned, venture support. Would love to talk to you, have you go through that program. We usually talk to all of the companies that get to the finals, but I'm happy to talk to you before then. Primarily, a company with some sort of tech emphasis. That's where we can be the most helpful. So anyway, keep at it. What you guys are doing is great. I think it'll absolutely be impactful on what you do in the future. And I think I get to introduce the next company. Okay, so the next company we have is from Park Tudor High School, Crop Connect.
Hello? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. I know that every single time you guys go to the grocery store, you see one thing: higher prices. But why is this? The core crux of this problem is the distribution network. The distribution network between a farm and a grocery store is insane. It's longer than the list of a Monster Energy drink ingredients list. So, this also creates a problem for farmers. This distribution network only prioritizes the industrial farmer, not the small farmer who doesn't have that much crop, which means that 33% of all farming food made in the United States goes to waste. This is CropConnect, and I'm Keshav Krishna. So, what is CropConnect? CropConnect is a marketplace that allows farms to connect with consumers, allowing them to essentially bypass all this bloated distribution network, going directly to the customer, all with the power of AI. The way AI is integrated into this is sort of like matching on Tinder. Based on how much crops you need, or how many crops you want to sell, based on your location, based on how experienced you are with the platform, it connects you directly connects the consumer directly to the seller. This is extremely helpful because this AI agent, using OpenAI agents, new release, essentially continuously learns based on previous data sets, allowing it to continuously beat the market. Because if anyone were to replicate this idea, they would just be replicating the base model, but at the same time, we're continuously improving. So how does this innovate on the existing solution? Right now, there are two options for farmers. They could sell all of their crops to nonprofits for free, but they don't want that. They want to make ends meet. They could also list all their produce on their own farmer site. But the thing is, that lacks SEO optimization, and that turns them from being a farmer to a whole different line of business that they might not be equipped for. By leveraging this profit-driven network, listing an item on a marketplace allows the product's price to essentially go far lower, because essentially all these firms are competing, drastically lowering the prices for consumers and allowing these farms to help make their ends meet. So who is affected by this? There are 1.5 million family-owned farms in the United States. But on the other side, the buyers, there are thousands of food nonprofits that have the money to buy produce, but just not these elevated levels that are seen in Trader Joe's or Kroger, and they're available to buy these produce too. As well, there's the biofuel industry, which we all know in Indiana, ethanol. That's $54 billion, and they have access to these corn-like crops. So who are we directly targeting? We're directly targeting farms that are experiencing the Great Retirement, which is the baby boomer age is essentially retiring from their businesses, and they're leaving it to the younger generation to take hold, and these people are much more tech savvy. On the other side, we want consistent, low CAC customers, so we want renewing customers, and these can be restaurants as well as any other agricultural-based business that needs it consistently. So how do we plan to grow? We're almost done with our MVP, and what we need to do right now is start word-of-mouth marketing, because if you start an ecosystem, you don't want to be the only person in that ecosystem, you want other people. After that, we need to continue iterating on our site to make sure it meets consumers' demands, and we need to start positioning our business through user-generated content, which is essentially allowing us to build a position for our brand before we move to the next step, which is casting a wider net in ads and opening our funnel to more people. And this can be done through greater ads. So how do we make money? On the seller side for farms, we actually make them charge a subscription. The reason for this is, what you might know, is scamming. If someone is not invested into a certain product or a certain website, they're more likely to scam or create any other issues. By having this is essentially just a way to bypass all this and create a good, healthful network of farmers and consumers. So what does this cost? As you can see, there's some basic fixed costs that every business has to go through, but there's also some operating costs. What's really important to note is that essentially all this can be done with $100 a month. Software is the most leverageable business in the entire world just because you build it once and it continuously returns money over time. So with $100 a month, we're essentially operating for the entire nation. So projections. Long term, we think this can be a billion-dollar business because billions of tons of farm produce is sold every single year, and we can capture that. Additionally, in the next 6 years, we think we can make over $10 million a year because of this, because each farmer is shipping out tons every single month, allowing us to create scale. In the short term, we think we can make $5,000 of revenue because it only takes a few sales in order to reach us because we're a B2B company. So how does this model have traction? Market creation is the most profitable business of this entire century, with companies like Amazon, eBay, and Meta all being inside this market. As well as farmers currently do e-commerce, so we know that they're willing to, but the thing is they don't have the optimization of an aggregated site that has all of these features. So what do we have so far? We're currently open for business right now, and our pre-release is out and ready for people to join. Additionally, our MVP is actually less than a month from being out, and this is just an example of one of our pages. And it also has a consistent flow and has a consistent dashboard that helps farmers use this as their main option. So what will $1,000 do? We'll spend $400 on backend for 4 to 5 months of our business. The rest will be going to our startup costs as well as social media ads, which will be going to the rest, and user-generated content so we can make a dent. Thank you so much, and let's crop connect.
Hey, outstanding pitch. Quick question, as we think about the value chain that happens here after you connect the interested parties, what happens to coordinate the deliveries?
I'm so glad you asked that question because I had that exact question myself. Yeah. What we're currently trying to do is trying to make it a farmer's own, like they take care of it on themselves. The way we're doing this is creating an escrow type of software. After the payment, it goes into an escrow account to reduce scamming or any other issues. But in the long term, we want to connect with actual delivery services because obviously shipping farm produce is not the same thing as shipping nail polish or something on the internet.
Outstanding. And then corollary to that, how are you protecting the small farm interest on the platform relative to when the big ones figure out, like say you do something really incredible here and it becomes an incredible marketplace, if larger operations hop in and begin to apply it for their own ends, is there anything that allows the smaller farmers their own sort of access to this distribution that can't be outplayed essentially by the larger
So every
entities?
farm actually has a profile that they're able to create, so this generates that. In addition, 90% of farms in the United States are farmer-owned, so it would be saturated mostly with family-owned farms, which helps solve that problem.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Have you considered geofencing so that only certain areas are able to be in there instead of a wide open marketplace?
Yeah, that's a little thing with our subscription model. Our lowest tier is geofenced. Essentially, it's within a small region. This is to captivate the smaller groups of farmers, the really small people that have locally owned farms. But additionally, we want to create this to make it also available for the medium-sized farms that want to distribute all over the nations. So that's one of the questions that we'll have to answer continuing through our business is how do we want to facilitate this ecosystem?
Really great job. Bear with me. Let's close our eyes and time travel like 5 years into the future. What is the biggest risk that determines if this succeeds or fails in your eyes?
The biggest risk is what your colleague asked previous to the question, delivery mechanisms. If that's not solved, it's zero for the business because obviously they're not going to get that produce. So that is what, since the MVP is almost done, that's what a lot of time will go for, obviously, because we need to fix that, make it consistent. Because companies like Amazon, they have one-day shipping, 12-hour shipping. So we really need to combat that, and we need to learn from them in order to succeed.
How would this $1,000 mitigate that risk?
So with that $1,000, we're currently not there yet in that mechanism, because what we're going to do is set up escrow, which essentially combats that. Obviously, there's still risk, but having it in escrow reduces the possibilities for scamming. And right now, since we're a small business, we want to leverage the farms doing it on as much as possible on their own end. But in the long run, what we'll try to do is try to leverage connections and relationships. But of course, that'll take a lot more than $1,000.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
Right. So innovation is not just about what we're building, but it's about who we're preparing to build it and how we're preparing them. You heard me talk a little bit earlier about our Teacher Accelerator program, and again, one of, I think, the most important things coming out of that is you've got a variety of these incredible partners across industry throughout the state that are here to connect with classrooms, not just to support teachers doing incredible work, but to showcase, hey, here's problems that we're seeing in industry, here's needs that we have, here's what the opportunities are for your students. A partner that we worked with this year was Telemon Robotics, and they not only supported 8 teachers across our accelerator program, but they brought them in for hands-on workshops where they showcased, hey, here's how we're using robots in advanced manufacturing. Here's some of the ways that you can very easily put that into ideas that you're working on, and here's some ways that we can brainstorm together. I really love this because, again, they're showcasing, hey, we care about the people, we care about the talent, and we care about this mindset that's being cultivated from these teachers in this room. So to see a little bit more about that partnership, I want to show you a quick video. So we're really thankful to Telemann Robotics and the other myriad of partners who have worked with us to, again, show how workforce insights can be really impactful in the classroom. All right, so now for our next team of the day, I'd love to introduce from Westfield High School, K and S.
Hello? Okay, hello, I'm Hope Pullinger. Hello, I'm Abigail Turbush, and this is our product, Click and Switch. So here's our contact information.
Feel free to look at our LinkedIn pages or send us an email after the presentation.
So the problem, how many of you like to cook, or how many of you are forced to cook every single day? Click and Switch, me and Abigail love cooking, and because of this, our drawers are filled to the brim with kitchen utensils. Our drawers are so full that I can't even open it all the way. When I take one thing out, it's impossible to close. This is a problem that is huge. Not only that, when I get gifts every Christmas for different kitchen utensils, I have to throw some away because they won't even fill my drawers.
There are, of course, alternatives to the solution that we are providing, such as Etsy, which uses the similar click-in attachment as our product. Also, KitchenAid is a major competitor, as they do use mechanized kitchen utensil attachments. And of course, if you do use pre-made food services, such as Factor or HelloFresh, kitchen utensils are not necessary. However, we do understand that this market will not become obsolete within the next few years. So we are providing the following solution, Click and Switch, or K&S. They are attachments for kitchen utensils that use both magnets and a click-in function to prevent a cluttered kitchen.
So here are some of our prototypes. At the beginning of Click and Switch, we started with a 3D printed screw-in model, but after consulting our target market as well as at competitions, we've decided to go with the magnet and click-in function. This is because Click and Switch, it makes more sense for our brand name, as well as the fact that it kind of took a while to screw in things, and it would just take a lot longer than the simple just click in. When it comes to our cost model, we have our costs, fixed and variable costs. The most important things on this is our shipping, which would be $4.50 per unit, and our manufacturing cost, which is $9.01 to make, consisting of things like stainless steel for 64 cents a pound, rubber for $2.34 a kilogram, plastic for $1 a kilogram, and magnets for $5. For our revenue model, at the end of the year, we'll be making $18,750 in revenue, selling in a set of 3 different kitchen utensil attachments for $25. We plan to sell individual attachments as well for $10, so then you have that extra incentive to buy the set. We're expecting to make 750 sales. This is not only due to the fact of marketing traction that we've seen as Click and Switch has gone throughout the years and we've been marketing it, but also based off of our initial 100 products that we want to sell in the first quarter. We want to get around 30 to 40% growth each quarter. The big jump between quarter 1 and quarter 2 is solely due to the fact that quarter 2 takes place during April and June, and this is summer months where more people grilling's available, more options. We've just seen more options in cooking.
So what provides us with unique value? Of course, we both have a lot of background and experience in cooking and baking since we've both been doing this for over 10 years each. We also have mentors such as Henry Jensen and Miss Deborah Johnson who are aiding in both our financial and business aspects of our product. We are also manual, so you can always have more kitchen utensils. And we also are providing kitchen scents, which we are currently planning on selling 3 in a set for $25.
So when it comes to traction, we have conducted 3 different market research surveys throughout the year we've been working on Click and Switch, getting around 50 to 70 different responses. We would ask a variety of questions. That's how we got our price of $25. We wanted to get a little bit in the middle of what we wanted, which was $11 to $30 of what people wanted us to sell it for. And not only that, we've asked questions of just, is this a product that people would want to buy? We've also competed in different competitions like the Westfield Innovation Competition, where we're able to connect with many different business owners and get advice, as well as take that feedback and work on our product more, as well as developing our own website that we've been working on that's fully out that you can check out, as well, and just working with LinkedIn and connecting with fans and family and asking, hey, can you test this out for us? Here's this random thing we made. Go make something with it. You know, like parents or something like, hey mom, can you make dinner? Use this.
So, in terms of our investability, our expected total cost by the end of our first year is about $14,432.5. And for our net profit, we are planning on $4,317.5. If we win the $1,000 today, we plan on spending the money on financing both a mold for K&S as well as patenting. A mold will be approximately $3,000, so we will begin this process immediately. However, this high startup cost is important since we'll be immediately to get started.
For our landed costs at the start of the year, it'll be $25.25, going all the way down to $18.80 as the years goes on. It's going to continue to decrease, meaning that it'll be $6.20 we'll be making per product. Our break-even point is approximately 100 units per quarter. So after this presentation, I want you to think about your own kitchen drawers. I want you to think about how many are filled with kitchen utensils and how many, can you open it? Is it able to open? Because me and Abigail both have drawers filled to the brim with kitchen utensils. This is literally a live photo from my house that whenever I open it, I can't take it back out and then it's stuck and then I can't close the drawer fully. Click and Switch allows you to solve this problem. Click and Switch allows it so your drawers can look like this. You can have tons of different kitchen utensil attachments, but you're still able to have a clean drawer. Invest in us and allow Click and Switch to keep your drawers clean and your stomachs full. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll get us started here. First, I really appreciate that you walked us through the product development process you went through and how you changed your design as you went. And I was just dealing with this last night when my wife and I were cooking, and I was griping about the drawer and I couldn't get anything out. But part of the reason I had to do that is we needed multiple utensils at the same time. So to what extent are you able to eliminate the number of utensils people have, and also to what extent have you actually put this into practice in your own kitchens?
So the main thing that takes up the most amount of space within kitchen utensils is the handle. So what we thought about the solution to this would be able to just take away to only having one handle. Because usually like a thing like with a whisk or something, it doesn't, the actual attachment, the thing that stirs the whisk part, doesn't take up as much space compared to the long handle. So pretty much what we did was we made it so you can easily click on and off. We're actually working on it so you can simply like just scoot it on, so then if you're grilling, for example, you can just simply like scoop it up instead of having to like use both hands in case one of your hands is busy. When it comes to us using it, I actually, a couple weeks ago, tested, that was my most recent time, and I was practicing to make her birthday cake because it's on May 16th. It was really far away, but I decided to continue to practice and develop our product, as well as just, we would give it to friends and family. We both love cooking and baking. It'll be like randomly one day we just come up to each other and have a baked good or something. We're like, hey, I made this, here you go. But we kind of like switch back and forth of who gets the kitchen utensil attachments.
Thank you.
I also kind of had a similar question on, I mean, even just baking a cake, if you're using the whisk and the spoon at the same time, you know, how would you deal with multi-use? And then also, you mentioned a couple of other competitors like KitchenAid. Can you talk a little bit more about what they are doing and how you differentiate a little bit more from them?
Okay, so your first question was talking about kind of like multi-use. So pretty much we offer a variety of different kitchen utensil attachments. Right now we only have 4 right now, but we plan on like, you know, expecting more. And pretty much what we plan to do is create as many as we possibly can as we get money, just because it is expensive, and then creating molds for those. And then pretty much the multi-use of it would work just as well as a normal kitchen utensil attachment, except it'll save space. Also, not just drawer space, but also dishwasher space. Right now we're working on, since it's magnet, a click-in part that covers it in the magnet. Usually when you're washing it in the dishwasher, you don't have to wash the handle because it doesn't get dirty, but if it does, we want that extra precaution to protect that magnet. And then your other one was talking about, wait, what was that again?
Differentiation from KitchenAid specifically.
So when it comes to KitchenAid, we're mostly talking about, that was similar to Click and Switch, was like the stand mixer. So when it comes to Click and Switch, we have it manual, whereas KitchenAid's automatic. So we can use things like a spatula and have more kitchen utensil attachments. Not only that, KitchenAid uses more of like a upwards motion and then turn, whereas Click and Switch is just a simple click on, a magnet connects to it. So it's simply able to just click on very easily compared to KitchenAid, where you kind of sometimes I'll get it stuck. Right when usually when it's whipping icing or something, I'll have to turn it, but then I get my hands dirty because it has all the icing and stuff on it.
Thank you.
Have you considered any markets outside of direct to consumer? So the idea of, is this an efficiency bundle and an efficiency apartment? Is it something that you market specifically or artificially impose a niche application to differentiate as opposed to competing with KitchenAid in the drawer, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when we first, the first ever Westfield Innovation Competition, we actually talked to someone who knew someone who was a chef for a cruise ship, and a lot of things like people who like camping. So we definitely want to market to a lot of different niche things like camping or just compact cooking, because then you can easily, a normal kitchen utensil, you have to take so many, but you have so little space, like apartments, for colleges and stuff. So we want to focus on, since it doesn't have that space, working with those niche communities like camping, so then you can just compact it. Look how easy this is to compact this and then take it while you're camping, not just kitchen utensil drawers.
That's fantastic, and I think that's an opportunity both for short-term rentals and also bundling things with apartments or other opportunities, dorms, wedding registries. That could be really interesting where you don't have to compete on the same playing field as the big ones.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, now it's working. Hi, everyone. My name is McKenna Houston, and I am the Development Officer for the STARTedUP Foundation. Thanks again, everyone, for coming out and cheering on these student teams. You've definitely seen the energy today, and you've met the students, and you've witnessed firsthand what happens when young people are given the space to dream big, take risks, and build something that really matters. And now we're inviting you to be a part of it. There are so many ways you can help fuel this movement and create more opportunities just like the ones you've seen today. One of those being stepping in as a guest speaker and sharing your story, becoming a business mentor to guide young innovators. And I want to put in a little plug. We have an upcoming event called Boot Camp on May 17th and 18th, and we're actively looking for mentors. So if anyone is interested, please connect with one of our teammates. Also, you can join us as an in-class pitch judge and help students sharpen their ideas, and even sponsor the Innovation Accelerator. Again, a free professional development program for educators to participate in. Or simply even refer an educator who you know would be a perfect fit for this experience. Whether you have an hour to give or resources to share, your involvement can truly change a student's future. You can scan the QR code on the screen right now to let us know how you'd like to plug in, or even just say you want to help and talk to one of the people on our team. We'd love to have you participate in some capacity. Because when communities come together to support young innovators, big things happen. So if you've been inspired today, please take action. Be the reason a student gets their shot. Thank you again for being here today and for being a part of what's next. And now I'd like to welcome one of our amazing corporate partners, Brad Fruth, Director of Innovation for Beck's Hybrids.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Brad Fruth. I'm from Beck's Hybrids. I'm currently the Director of Innovation and Corporate Scapegoat at Beck's. For those of you that don't know who Beck's is, we're a family-owned and independently operated seed company based out of the hoppin' town of Atlanta, Indiana. We are currently 85 years old, about 1,000 employees. We're the third largest corn company in the United States, with about 1,000 dealers spread out in about 85% of the row crop market. So it's very exciting for us. We love our partnership with the STARTedUP Foundation. It's great to see a couple of the pitches today that involve food and agriculture. We think food and agriculture is a phenomenal space to work in. And along with our partners at AgriNovus, I would encourage you, if you are interested, there's a great site called myfieldatlas.com that is a phenomenal tool to help you explore the careers and opportunities that exist within food and ag. So food and ag is just not sows, plows, and cows. We do that stuff very, very well, but there's tons of opportunities, whether in data analytics, marketing communications, financial stuff. We got people that cook the books all the time. Like, there are great opportunities for you to make an impact within food and ag, still stay here within the state of Indiana, and work for great companies like Beck's Hybrids in the process. So if you have any questions, I will be around, would love to talk to you about those opportunities. So our next team for today, from the McKinsey Career Center of Innovation and Technology, we would like to give a big round of applause for Washley.
No, there's no sound to it. We're just going to use when you get to it. I'm just running it right off. Okay. So, however you're used to it. Let me get you another mic. Do you have a mic too? Okay, if you have a clicker. No. Clicker. Yeah, if you guys, you can just stand over there if you want. Whatever. Where's the clicker? Who wants to drag that? So that's forward and that's back. So, yeah, got 6 pieces.
Hello. Okay. Hello, everybody. Today I want to talk about our idea, Washley, and its solution to having a clean car. So, the number one problem is that there's only a couple ways that you can currently get a clean car. It's commercial car washes and independent detailers. The problem with commercial car washes is that they're overpriced and you have to wait in very long lines, and they don't pay attention to your car's needs, and they can damage your car. Dylan's going to tell you more about some of the problems.
One of the biggest problems I have, I've worked in a car wash before, is a lot of these car washes actually do have mobile detailing apps, but they're really catered towards car dealerships. And one of the problems that I wanted to confront with this app was we kind of wanted to tailor it more to consumers rather than big corporations.
So our target audience is basically anyone that owns a car. If you have a high-end car, you can come to us, and there's going to be different price ranges, so you can select what price range hits at you, what time slot you would need. And we want to target people who don't really have the time to go out and get someone to clean their own car. So you could have someone come if you're at work, if you're at school, maybe you're on a trip and you want someone to come to the airport, they can come to wherever you are and clean your car for you. So that brings us to our solution, Washley, which is the ability to have access to a network of different detailers, all by the touch of your hands. And Dylan can tell you more.
Yeah, so a big problem, when I got my car washed a few weeks ago, I came back and there was a little piece of my paint that was chipped because the paint on my car is old. And I know a lot of people with vintage cars are very, very particular about their paint. So one of the things that you could do with our app is that you could foster a relationship with a car detailer for people who own more premium cars, and you could have that peace of mind that your car isn't going to be damaged. And I know that you guys have all been in a situation where, you're in a meeting or something and somebody needs a ride and you don't have a clean car. So our idea is that there's a little button that you could press and you could get a mobile detailer right outside your job or wherever you're at, and you could get that car cleaned for you so that you can appear presentable in front of whoever you're taking to lunch.
So next is the finances. So the two different types of income that we're gonna have is a $10 monthly payment to access our app, and on top of that, we're gonna take 10% from whoever details a car, and we're gonna use that to for our income. Um, it should take us about 3 months to hit our break even and make a return on our investment. Currently, the biggest problem that we have is creating an app. It's pretty expensive to get a fully developed app, so right now that's where all the money we would get from this would go to is creating an app.
All right, so now we have a little demo of our app through a video. Oh, okay, there it goes. Okay, so this is a little preview of our app. So when you go into the app, you see a list of detailers, their availability, and you have the Washly Quick Wash. So if you really need your car cleaned, like right that second, it's kind of like DoorDash in a way, where you could order somebody to come and clean it to you, and yeah. I'm gonna wait for it to key like. So one of the features I think. Okay, so one of the features that I was going to show you is Instagram stories. So I know all you guys like go on Instagram stories. So that's a little thing like to advertise your business. You could send more info, get more info, and book them. And so yeah.
Yeah, the Instagram stories would allow people who are going on the app to find like people who pay for advertisements to be put on there to find them more easily. Here's a couple of our competitors. So the main competitors, really like we stated earlier, are going to be commercial car washes and people trying to do it on their own. Our app makes it easier for people who have individual car detailing business to get noticed and to have new customers come to their app. Currently, no one's really doing exactly what we're doing with how easy it is to be able to have people come directly to where you are. It's mainly just people on their own. Thank you.
Hey, where are you guys at currently with traction with detailers in your ecosystem? Do you have anybody that you're working with currently? What's that look like? What's your plan to expand that ecosystem?
So currently, we aren't working with anyone in particular. The more money we get, we're gonna try to raise money for marketing to put on different social medias to get people to come to our app. Something we mentioned earlier, two-way like marketing. I think first we're gonna target people who are like the specific detailers, so that whenever they wash somebody else's car, they could say like an easier way to find me is through our app, so that they wouldn't have to find them on their own.
And then do you have any mechanisms to control quality planned for this?
Yeah. So one of the things I like about the app is our review system, right? And I know a lot of apps already have that review system, but our review system is very detailed and specific. And you also already have those fostered relationships with car detailers, because after you find one and you have a premium car, you're gonna keep coming back because you know that they are reliable and things like that. So the review system really does work.
Something else as well is it'll have like different prices that you can select. So depending on like how you would want your car washed and the different things you want done to it, you can pick from whatever price fits you best or whatever things you want done to your car.
Do you have a mechanism to keep the individual detailers from just making direct connections with the individual and circumventing your app?
So I feel like what makes it easiest is that they won't have to do all like the scheduling on their own. So I think they would want to use our app as opposed to doing it on their own. Our app provides you, the detailer and the customer, to like see a schedule, see when they're available. So it basically handles all the business kind of side of it, having the scheduling and all that, and makes it super easy for them to just focus on like what job is just cleaning the car.
All right, thank you.
Great job, guys. Love the idea. I would definitely be a user of it. I definitely want to push back on the $15,000 that you need for app. I actually think that you could do this a lot cheaper using some other softwares like bubble.io and lovable.dev. I can definitely reach out to you after to let you know about those, but I don't think you need that much to be able to get some go-to-market traction.
Okay, thank you very much.
On, off. Oh, awesome. Hi, I'm Ava Wetrick. I'm the marketing coordinator here at STARTedUP Foundation. And I wanted to say that before we wrap up today, I want to talk about something important, how we keep this momentum going. What we've witnessed today in this room matters. These students, their ideas, their potential, it deserves to continue far beyond these walls. And if I learned anything from Dawn, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And I know that there's so many people in here that are connected to someone, whether that be a school, a business, a mentor, who might need to hear what happened today. And that's why we need your help sharing these stories. So of course you can follow us on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook, and you can find us at StartedUp Foundation or at Let's Start It Up. When you follow us, post about us, or share your own experiences with us, you're amplifying the work of our amazing educators. And that means you're helping their students reach mentors, investors, and communities who need their solutions. And yeah, you can also follow us right now to possibly see images of yourself today. I've been posting or trying to post throughout the day. And if you're ready to get involved, whether that's mentoring, bringing this program to your own school, or partnering with us, you can reach out to us at any time at info@startedupfoundation.org or just through our contact form on our website. Thank you so much for believing in these students today, and now let's make sure everyone else does too. And now, please welcome to the stage, Nida Ansari. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, morning everybody. Thank you to StartedUp Foundation for having me here today. Thank you to the leaders, educators, mentors, and most importantly, the young innovators who have already shaping what's next. Sorry, I'm not as tall as I thought I was. This risks sounding like a commencement speech, so I apologize, but hopefully it's inspiring as well. At 16 Tech, we believe that innovation isn't something you grow into, it's something you grow with. And that's exactly what we're doing across Indiana with the help of StartedUp and in this room today. Youth are stepping up, not just as future entrepreneurs, but as present-day problem solvers. And from launching sustainability startups to building mental health solutions to all the other stuff that you've seen here today, we're proving, and they're proving, that age is not a barrier. And I hope that you're seeing that the work of StartedUp Foundation is a powerful example of that. By giving young people access to real-world entrepreneurial support, experiences on entrepreneurs or mentors, you're not only sparking innovation, you're cultivating confidence, agency, and impact. This mission deeply resonates with the work at 16 Tech. 16 Tech is the largest innovation district in Indiana. If you haven't been, you should come. Come for a visit, come see our team. We have 3 components to the building primarily that I work out of, and I've had the privilege of developing the innovation and entrepreneurship capability at the district. And in the last 2 years, and in the last 5 years, our district was built to break silos, to bring together entrepreneurs, creatives, researchers, and community change makers. But it's not just a place, it's a platform. It's a platform where bold ideas can collide, where resources are shared, and where anyone with a vision can find a path forward. That includes young people. Whether it's through hands-on STEM events, internships with startups, pitch competitions, or partnerships with folks like StartedUP, we see youth as essential contributors to Indiana's innovation economy and not just a side note. Because if we want to build an economy that's resilient, inclusive, and future-facing, we want to build it, and we have to build it together. Because when we empower youth innovation, we don't just imagine a better future, we co-create it. I had a great uncle who always parted ways with me like this, and he said, be bold, be brave. Good luck to all the entrepreneurs here today, and if we can do anything for you at 16 Tech, please come find me or anyone on our team. We're thrilled to have StartedUP as the latest tenant and partner here. It's infused a lot of energy. It's a great team to have on board, to have here. We've had plenty of really great conversations, even in the last couple months. The boot camp that McKenna was mentioning on May 17th and 18th, we hope you'll show up for that to mentor. It'll be at the district, and it'll be a great chance to see what else we have to offer. Thank you and good luck to the teams. Next up is Team Shelf Crew from Speedway High School.
Hello, my name is Roran Figueredo, and I'm the owner of Shelf Crew. At Shelf Crew, we have discovered that most students' lockers are unorganized, leading to taking raw materials to class, having to redo assignments since you could not find it, or finding it but being crumpled up. In all of my personal experiences, I've dealt with all of those issues, which caused me to lose grades, paperwork, and valuable instruction time. Here is a photo of my locker. Very messy. The code is doing justice. What a mess. We have interviewed 36 students and have asked them how unorganized your locker is, and over half of them did have a very messy locker. At Shelf Crew, we do have some alternatives, Abwinox and LockerMate. For Abwinox, it is found on Amazon for $15.99. It has the ability to adjust by standing, but that takes up more space. It also can hold up to 44 pounds, but customers report that it's not sturdy. LockerMate is also found on Amazon, but for $11.99, it has the ability to float and adjust, but it can hold up a limited weight. Customers report that it is not sturdy and slippery. At Shelf Crew, we help students achieve the perfect organized locker. Our innovative flowing locker system can help students organize their locker by school subjects, etc. Here is our Dana White, Izzy. She has the cardboard prototype. It is holding school material. Our unique value is that no other competitors offers a adjustable shelf that has dividers. We are only the one that uses dividers. It can also adjust horizontally so it fits in your locker. There are places on top for valuables, school material, and pencil cases. This is our prototype. It is made with PLA SIL 01 filament. Each magnet can hold to 11 pounds. There are 2 magnets on each side, as displayed here. An opening in the middle for loose papers and miscellaneous items. And places on top for school supplies, like your phone, books, notebooks, and papers. Our target market is for anyone who has a locker that is desiring organization. It is also for people with ADHD by having their school supplies right there, very accessible, so they don't have to think about it and they could just get it. And for students from 6th to 12th grade, according to the CDC site, over most teenagers have ADHD, and most teenagers are either in middle school or high school, and those are the biggest places where lockers are. Our cost to produce for 4 magnets is approximately $5. The filament we use to make each individual locker is $4. Our total cost is approximately $9. Our cost to the consumer is $15. Our total profit is $6. Here's our traction. We have completed our market research and our prototype, and we are looking for more better alternatives. Our goals and milestones are to register for a business with IMBiz.gov, speak with a corporate attorney, file an LLC, get our EIN number, apply for trademarks, reach out to product distributors, and putting our file on GitHub for people to purchase and make themselves. If we were to win the $1,000 for game first place at Innovate WithIN Region 3 Finals, we will use $95 for filing LLC, $10 for registering a business with IMBiz.gov, $85 for creating a website, $500 for more supplies, and $200 for advertisements and business-to-business sales with other school districts like IPS. The $500 for more supplies can produce approximately 40 shelves. Thank you. For more information, contact me at roarinnovations@gmail.com. Any questions?
I'll get us started. Great job on the presentation.
Thank you.
I would love a little more clarification surrounding your target audience. I think the 6th to 12th grade makes sense for the lockers, but a 6th grader is maybe not the one actually purchasing it, and even if they're the end user, their parents is actually your target audience. How do you expect to reach them? Is it primarily through the big box stores, or are you also going to be doing advertising?
Oh, we are going to have like a website and also on Amazon. We will probably reach out to them via that. Yeah.
Thank you.
From a durability standpoint, have you had any chance to see how durable the product is in situ in a locker setting or to test it?
Oh, We have currently not been able. We were supposed to bring a 3D prototype, but it was technical difficulties were there.
Hey, that happens.
Really great job.
Thank you.
If someone in this room woke up this morning and they wanted to create a company that did locker organization, why do they not want to compete against you?
I'm not sure.
It's all right.
All right, as we are beginning to close out today's incredible events, I want to give another round of applause for the sponsors that have made this possible and have made our Teacher Accelerator program free to teachers in schools across the state this year. Those partners for this region are the Luddy School here in Indianapolis at the IU Indy campus, and IU Innovates, our regional host today, the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, the Indiana Small Business Development Centers, the Garrett Family Foundation, the Battery Innovation Center, 16 Tech Innovation District, the Army National Guard, Central Midwest Carpenters, Mizo Energy, EdChoice, Bex Hybrids, Caps for Kids, Indie Women in Tech, the Circular Venture Lab, Hancock Health, TechPoint, TCC, and Elevance Health. And again, these partners are not just providing space or support, but they are opening doors for our students and teachers, helping us build a bolder, brighter future. So let's give them, please, a big round of applause. So for our final team of the day, I'd love to introduce from Heron High School, Bustle.
Ooh. Oh. Hey everybody, thanks for having us here again. Let's just get straight into this. So, okay, my name's Leland Rao.
My name's Liam Green.
I'm Kieran Bishop. And today we're presenting Bustle, redefining public transit. So, quick show of hands, who here actually uses Indigo? All right, there's a small amount here, but at least you guys will connect with us. So, we attend a charter school that actually doesn't have access to a school bus system. So, we, like the rest of the people in the city, have to use Indigo. And in our almost 4 years now of using it, we have found some big core issues. Mainly, it can be dirty, unsafe, inconsistent, confusing, and inefficient, right? This is one of our favorite examples of the bus driver completely abandoning his post and heading off to rallies on 38th Street, leaving anyone inside to hijack the bus. So, the best part is he shows up the next day still working there. And so, we are curious, why isn't Indigo recognizing these problems? It was easy to blame them at first, but then we realized, how would they know? There is no one that communicates these core issues to Indigo. So, how can we connect the riders and their problems to Indigo?
The solution is Bustle, the app bridging the gap between the bus riders and the transit companies in redefining public transportation. Bustle will allow the bus riders to leave feedback on how their experience was riding the bus. Then, using AI, we're going to take this feedback and package it into data that's sent to the transit companies so they know what they need to focus on in order to make improvements. The transit companies that use our service will have access to a vast library of all the data about the buses, routes, drivers, and every review that's been left that they can sort through to their liking. They'll also have access to our best-in-class real-time route optimization engine, which will maximize transit efficiency. Here's what that'll look like. On the left side here, we have a demo of our route optimization engine. As you can see, they can view every single bus and route, real-time statistics about how they're performing, as well as reviews for each individual bus. And on the right side, we have our public review system, and users can easily leave reviews and browse reviews as well as track buses similar to the left side.
Bustle is a truly unique product as it's tackling this issue of public transportation in a way that no other company is. There are some general ways in which people can leave reviews on something more broad like Indigo, but there's nothing that's taking the individual feedback of people and turning that into change. Bustle, we want to hear everybody's voice, and we're doing that in a way that no one else is.
Our main cost for turning Bustle into an operating company is going to be software development, which we're estimating to be around $50,000, but probably a little less for an MVP. Then we also have $25,000 of additional costs for our first year, mostly marketing, but also including servers and legal costs. In terms of revenue, for an Indigo-sized company, we're estimating to charge around $600,000 a year for our service. And for reference, in 2024, they had a ridership of 7 million and total operating costs of $140 million. With just this $600,000 investment, we're estimating to save them around $2 million a year and increase ridership by 30% annually.
Okay, obviously we want everyone to be riding Indigo and to be using Bustle, but we know that isn't possible yet. So we're trying to focus on a younger demographic between the ages of 19 to 25 who live in an urban area and are active in their community, who have access to technology, and who are trying to help their community and are interested in their environment.
Bustle's innovation lies within the fact that the positive effects of improving the bus expand past just public transportation. It starts off small with people writing about their problems within the bus, but once those get solved, a new wave of people are going to start writing it. As more people start writing, more reviews are left, meaning more people are writing reviews. Well, this creates a positive feedback loop in which there's just a constant improvement in public transportation. This is extremely important as the more people that ride the bus, the less people that ride cars. This is great because it clears traffic and congestion and also reduces carbon emissions by a significant amount.
Through our time working with Bustle, we've been able to work with some incredible people and organizations, such as 50 Cent in the G-Unity Foundation, Indiana Senator Andrea Hunley, and software development companies such as SEP. We've also been awarded $4,000 in seed funding for our business through other pitch competitions. We're also working on coding a basic MVP version of Bustle ourselves, which, once it's in operation, will help us bring in more funding, continue to grow, and redefine public transportation.
Okay, so the $1,000 in prize money has to go towards our MVP, right? Just getting something that we can get out to the public on the App Store that they're able to work with and that we're able to get feedback on is essential, right? So why should you invest in Bustle? The thing is, Indianapolis is definitely not the only city struggling from these huge issues with their public transit. Here's an image of the New York Metro just a year ago, and then the San Francisco Metro home site has no way to lead any feedback for them, right? So, because of this, it would not be hard for Bustle to step in and start making improvements and work one-on-one with these different cities and make a change. So, help us. Join Bustle today and redefine public transit. Thank you. All right, let's get into questions.
All right, great job, guys. So, two-part question. Number one, right now, does Indigo have any competition?
I can take this. Not really, at least within the context of Indiana. Of course, it's different in other states and stuff, but within Indiana, they're really running like everything.
Yeah. Okay, so they're essentially a monopoly. So what incentive do they have to improve the experience beyond finding more folks? And that leads me to my second question, which is, you got to a $2 million a year value that you could create for them. Walk me through some of your assumptions or how you get to that number, because I'm assuming it is the number of riders that are sitting on the sidelines that are not using the service, coaxing them to use a better service because of the virtuous cycle you're talking about. Walk me through some of your assumptions or how you get to that value number, because that's going to be critical for them to say yes, because they have no other external competition to compete against, right?
I can take this one. Basically, through the improvements made to the bus, we're going to have more people riding, which means like increase revenue through fairs. And they're going to be encouraged to do this to save money. And you know, the government's going to have more money to spend towards other endeavors. There's also the potential of, well, Indigo is already trying to make some improvements. For example, like on the Red Line, they've now started trying to collect fares in some areas. So it's shown that they have an interest in doing this already.
Sorry, I just want to continue that. I do want to make it clear that these efforts have been pretty unsuccessful. There was a large group of people that got on the Red Line and refused to pay their fare, and she ended up kicking everyone off the bus, so.
It was on that bus, too. I've heard about that story.
What did you and that would be something, if you can figure out what that and I'm going to say per capita, but that per rider value that you can take from the sidelines onto using the Indigo, then you can start to work your way backwards towards what that number happens to be for the value you could create for them. So I love the approach, but that's where I would push back on you. If you can figure out the number of folks, that addressable market, that are not riding because of those horrible experiences, I think that adds even more weight to the value proposition that you could bring about.
You guys have come so far. I remember watching you guys present last year, and just as a presentation and the way the business has polished over the year has been really inspiring to see. So congrats to you guys. How has, and you guys are the reigning champions for this region, is that right? No, okay, just kidding. Okay, just kidding. The $4,000 that you received, though, how has that helped shape what you're doing?
Through some of that, we've been able to start, you know, just discussing with companies like potentials for starting to develop an app. For example, as we mentioned in the slides, there is SEP, who we've talked through like some sort of like design managers of what that's actually going to look like in the pricing for that. Unfortunately, $4,000 is not a ton of money in the software development world, which is why we're also trying to code ourselves, mostly with like Java applets, and just see what we can do.
Right, and I do want to add on to that a little bit. With it, we have used some of it like towards creating like an initial like cheap little MVP that just kind of gave us like this experience with like how servers work and just learning just what can we do to make this better and like easier for users to work with.
That will conclude Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey, thanks for having us.
All right. One more round of applause for all the teams that have been competing so far. This is really great. So, hey, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and give the very difficult duty of deliberation to our judges now. So we are going to break for lunch. We'll return here right around 1 o'clock. I do have a few announcements, though. All of our student competitors outside, you'll find these IU Innovate's entrepreneurship books. It's going to talk about the current entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem here at IU. Also, for our student competitors, our alumni, and our judges, we do have a lunch set up straight out to the back here. For all other attendees, there's plenty of restaurants here on the first floor, and we encourage you to visit there. Otherwise, the IU Indy admissions table is also out front. They'd love to tell you about why this is a great place to consider coming for college. Thank you. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Hey, real quick, sorry. Students, our student competitors will take a group photo here up front. And teachers. Student competitors and teachers, let's take a group photo.
And I believe we have enough lunch for our speakers as well, because we had so many speakers. So speakers may help themselves. On the stage, Robert. Yeah, careful walking along the stage.
Okay, our first picture will be just students, and then we'll have teachers join them. Our videographer will be joining us here shortly. Teachers or mentors, teachers and mentors, come on up to the stage. We're going to do one more pick. Got to get more in there. So teachers, mentors, find your student, and we're going to do one more group picture, guys. Hold tight. This is Walker. I'm right here. He's right here. Teachers. Yeah, teachers, mentors. John, why don't you come down here, sir? Perfect. All right. All right. Very good. Okay, go eat. Make sure you grab one of the IU entrepreneurship books off the registration table.
There you go. How many more of these do you have?
One more.
Just one more tomorrow?
Yep. Down in Jeffersonville. So,
All right. What's that?
He has to turn you on from the back.
Check 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We on? There we go. Check 1, 2. Hello, hello. We're good? We good? All right. Welcome back, everybody, from lunch. Sincerely excited to make this announcement. Before we do, we wanted to open up the judges. If you guys wanted to give any feedback or some insights on judging, we'll start from my right to the left. Anne-Marie, go ahead.
First of all, I'm sure they've said it before. I'll say it. I said it every place I was at last year. Just being here is winning. You're taking on and tackling things that other people just find nuisances or annoying, and you're tackling it with real world solutions. So you should be commended for that. Several of you I remember from last year and got to see well improved pitches and ideas. And, you know, this isn't a no if you don't come in first place. This is a not this time. So don't take that as a reason not to commit and not to keep going on. This is certainly just the beginning of the journeys that you're on.
And I'm going to echo that. Now, the quality of all of the presentations, thank you. Thank you for the families, for the teachers. And just as an aside, you know, I think something that's really important here is perspective, right? The goal of all of this, putting yourself out there, doing something outrageous, bodacious, auspicious, any of that. Remember, the consolation prize, if the answer is no today, is resilience. You never walk away losing anything. It's learning. And as a career example, because I think this Overton window has shifted, right? Where you're in a room of people that are highly engaged, doing incredible things, it's really easy to compare yourself to whomever won. But I would offer to you, in my career, great example. I started out as an engineer. I got into startups. I went into venture. I now, something we didn't mention, I starred in a Netflix show, Outlast. We're filming new shows. We're doing innovation. All of this because of saying yes and staying yes to opportunity surface area like you are doing today. And guess what? When I was 16, when I was 17, I was nowhere near as far along as every single one of you in this room. You are so far ahead. So don't let any outcome deter you from the fact that you either win or you learn, and that resilience is what you can take from this and be on stage again next year or be creating that company that you were told you couldn't. And I cannot wait to see you guys do it. So thank you.
That's hard to follow. That's really great. I would say something as, you know, I started when I was a junior in college. And I feel like a lot of rooms that I'm in, I always get, man, I wish I had started when I was your age. And now I'm here to say I wish I had started when I was your age, because the caliber that you guys are pitching at is so impressive, the language that you have, and I just know as you gain more experience from both entrepreneurship and industry, you're going to be able to go really, really far in being able to articulate your idea and what solution you think the world needs. And I'm really excited to see that growth from you all. Thank you for allowing me to be here.
Hi, everyone. Again, great job. We all are in complete agreement on that. Phenomenal job. What I was saying to Don earlier is that really you've developed an appetite for applying what you learned through this exercise. So regardless of what you do with this startup, that will carry you through to every other part of your life. I tell my students all the time, life is rhetoric. You convincing people to believe as you believe, that's a big part of your life's journey. I also believe that entrepreneurship is an effective vehicle for self-discovery. You engaging in this process is just the start of that journey. So really, great job across the board. One other thing that I'll say to you, and I try to get my students to believe, when you're going through these things in life, sometimes it feels like you don't want to tell people the mistakes you made along the way or the changes you had to make. That is such a compelling part of your story because it shows tenacity, it shows resourcefulness. Don't shy away from those details. They're really important, and they show everybody listening to you that you're tough, you get back up, and you learn from your mistakes, and that will carry you through. Great job.
All I have to say is that I'm just so proud of all of you guys, and I'm thankful I got to watch you guys. You are so seen and heard and valued in this community, and it sounds kind of mushy, but it's true. We want to see you guys win. Any way that we can be supportive, ask boldly, be bold with your asks, be frequent with your asks, and if there's any way I can be a resource, you know where to find me.
All right, some housekeeping things before I announce. First of all, parents, judges, speakers, students, if you parked in the parking garage, please come and see me up front. We have a parking validation thing for you. If you were inspired today, and we hope you were, there's a QR code. Don't let it in here. If you want to get involved, I was stopped by at least 15 people of different ideas and different ways they could help some of the students in here. We always love advisors. We love mentors. We love supporters. The names that you saw on the board of our list of sponsors, someone at that company is also getting involved, and that's the ecosystem we love. And also, just really quick, please, again, teachers that are in the fellowship, please stand again. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Stay standing. Stay standing. Hold on. Stay standing. We have two really core beliefs that you guys have seen here today. Number one, getting students to see problems as opportunities is it. And the teachers in this room have given the students the gift of time. They allow class time for students to see problems as opportunities, and this does not exist without them. And second belief, it's not what you know, it's who you know. That's true. Nobody knows more people than teachers. And no one has a more trusted network than teachers. So if you're thinking, I need to talk to some of these people, yes, you do, because if you're not a part of their world, the world will get better if you connect with them as well. So thank you, teachers. The other bit is that if you were not selected today, we are still taking 4 at, we have called them our wild cards. This is my emotional plea. I'm going to get that. I know that we're about to announce, but please hear me out. Everybody just said it, and we'll say it one last time. If you're in the room here, you have won. And I'm not just talking about the participant. I'm not just talking about the participants of the people that are here. If your teacher brought you here, you have won. This type of mindset, this type of I've identified a problem, I'm going to do something about it, that is it. So we are hoping that whether you come in first or you're here as a student, that you walk away going, I can do this. Some of our biggest success stories of the last 5 years, they did not win. Let me repeat that. Some of our biggest success stories, they didn't win. Last year's winner didn't even win the region. But they kept improving, and they kept working and building those great relationships with others. So please don't bother my heart, because I hate announcing the winner, and I love it. Because if you're thinking, oh, man, it didn't work out, it did. You're here. And gosh, then you get this network of working with other alumni as well. All right, enough said. All right, so I also want to invite everybody out to the state finals. If you thought this was great, all the 6 regions will be represented on June 20th, and I can now look at the students going, shut up and tell me who won. All right, so without further ado, I don't even know who won. Let's take a look here. So without further ado, the winner of this region is Complies. Get up there. Grab this. There you go. Just don't fall off. Judges will make sure you also get your picture taken with them as well. Other than that, you stay a little while longer, talk to the students. The students, we have our feedback cards if you want to look at that. I know some of the judges are going to stick back if you want to talk with them. Again, connect with us. What are your next steps? How can we help you? Other than that, thank you guys so much for coming out, and especially to our host, Luddy School of Informatics here at IUI. Thank you so much.